Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 1st, 2024 Public Board Meeting of the Halton District School Board. We are going to do the roll call first. Trustee Gray.
Here, thank you.
Trustee Zhang.
Good evening.
Trustee Alamjanov.
Good evening.
Trustee Schwabalin.
Present.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I'm here.
Vice Chair Oliver.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Amos.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Baxter.
Good evening.
Trustee Rocha.
Hello.
And Trustee Bryden.
Good evening.
Trustees Ahmed and Shuttleworth will be joining us later. Director Ennis, please let us know which staff are in attendance this evening.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We do have a full slate of superintendents here this afternoon to support the meeting.
Tonight, Trustee Daniele will be honoring the land.
We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that provides us with life. This land upon which HDSB is situated is on the ancestral treaty and title lands of the Anishinaabeg, Ojibwe, Michizagig Nation, now known as the Mississaugas of the Credit. Michizagig territory in the past and present continues to host both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The HDSB is committed to continuous knowledge building with respect to actions that address and resolve the ongoing impacts of colonialism. We do this by learning and understanding the true history, treaty obligations, duties and responsibilities, and Indigenous rights, while actively maintaining mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respecting and caring for the land.
Thank you, Trustee Daniele. At the first meeting of each month, we formally acknowledge the History and Heritage Months identified by the Government of Ontario. Please join us in celebrating and supporting the diverse communities that exist within our Halton communities. This month, we recognize Armenian, Asian, Dutch, Jewish, Polish, and South Asian Heritage Months. I will be speaking to Armenian Heritage Month. Armenians began migrating to Canada in the 1880s, and Ontario is now home to more than 100,000 people of Armenian heritage. In the early 1920s, over 100 orphaned Armenian children, later called the Georgetown Boys, were brought to Georgetown, Ontario by the Armenian Relief Association of Canada, an organization that provided assistance to Armenian refugees in adjusting to Canadian society. In what became known as Canada's Noble Experiment, it was considered one of the first Canadian humanitarian acts on such a level. The 1918 Armenian Declaration of Independence is a symbol of Armenians' aspiration for freedom, democracy, and independence. May 28th is one of the most important Armenian holidays, and many parades and festivities take place during the month of May. Trustee Zhang will be speaking to Asian Heritage Month.
Thank you. Good evening. Let's celebrate Asian Heritage Month. 晚上好，空邦哇。作为一个有亚洲血统的移民，我很为我们自己有的亚洲背景而骄傲。亚洲有很多文明古国，拥有悠久的历史和灿烂的文化。前辈移民为了美好的生活，远渡重洋来到加拿大。通过艰苦的劳动来建设这样一个年轻的国家，为我们打下了坚实的基础。其中的艰辛有汗水，也有血泪。不同的族裔亚洲移民也带来了不同的文化，丰富了加拿大的文化多样性，使加拿大成为世界上包容性最好的国家。5月对于来自东亚的移民有着特殊的意义。第一个日本移民到美国的时间是1843年的5月，而在1869年的5月，美国的太平洋铁路完成竣工了。同时呢，大量的华工参与了美国和加拿大跨太平洋铁路的建设。在加拿大，早期华人移民的历史可以追溯到更早，到1788年的5月，第一批华人移民来到了宾夕省，建设了早期的皮毛贸易基地。让我们一起来纪念亚洲移民的前辈和他们的贡献，让我们与其他各个族裔和睦相处，一起展望未来，一起建设我们的家园。谢谢。 Thank you. ありがとう。
Thank you very much, Trustee Zhang. I will be speaking to Dutch Heritage Month. Since the early 1800s, the Dutch Canadian community has made and continues to make significant contributions to the growth and prosperity of the province of Ontario, which is now home to about 500,000 Dutch Canadians. On May 5, 1945, the Canadian forces were instrumental in the liberation of the Netherlands from occupation during World War II. The Netherlands celebrates its independence and liberty along with the heroic efforts of the Canadian forces with a national holiday known as Liberation Day, which takes place annually on May the 5th. Trustee Baxter will be speaking to Jewish Heritage Month.
Thank you, Chair Collard. I'm honored tonight to share that May was declared Jewish Heritage Month in Ontario in 2012. The timing is significant and coinciding with Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is on May 6th of this year. The first recorded Jewish immigrants to Canada arrived over 250 years ago, and Ontario is today home to approximately 200,000 Jewish Canadians. Jewish Canadians have made significant contributions to the well-being, growth, prosperity, and cultural fabric of Ontario while overcoming tremendous obstacles, including widespread systemic barriers of discrimination. I would like to share an interesting example of the perseverance of Jewish Canadians that may not be widely known, and that is the story of the establishment of Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto. In the 1920s, 4 Jewish immigrant women went door to door to raise enough money to open a maternity hospital in Toronto. At the time, Jewish doctors were not welcome to practice at the city's hospitals, and up until the mid-1950s in Toronto, there were formal and informal restrictions on the number of Jewish students admitted to medical schools and accepted to internships at Toronto's teaching hospitals. A Jewish businessman purchased a plot of land next to Toronto General Hospital on University Avenue in the hope that the original small hospital could be moved to allow expansion and provide space for Jewish doctors to train without discrimination. After World War II, Sick Kids Hospital, located at the time on College Street, wanted to move to be adjacent to Toronto General Hospital and approached that Jewish businessman with an offer. He offered to sell the land to Sick Kids Hospital for $1 in exchange for their help to secure other land on University Avenue and assurances that they would change their policy and allow Jewish doctors to train at Sick Kids. They agreed, and Sick Kids and Mount Sinai hospitals were moved to where we see them today, caring for all children and adults without discrimination and conducting world-class research. Jewish Heritage Month is an annual opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the role that Jewish Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across Ontario and Canada, and also an opportunity to reflect and remember how lucky we all are to live in this place of great diversity and opportunity that continues to attract people from all over the world seeking peace and prosperity in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Baxter. Vice Chair Oliver will be speaking to Polish Heritage Month.
Good evening. As a Polish Canadian, it is my pleasure to honor this Heritage Month. Dobry wieczór, Szanowni Państwo. Gorąco witam wszystkich studentów i personel szkolny z pochodzenia polskiego. Ontario is home to more than 500,000 people of Polish heritage. The Polish community is one of the most numerous groups in Ontario. Polish Canadians have lived in this province since the 19th century, making significant contributions to Ontario's society, economy, politics, and culture. May 3rd is celebrated by Polish people around the world to commemorate Constitution Day in Poland, the implementation of the first democratic and progressive constitution in Europe of May 3rd, 1791. This is one of the most important dates in Poland's history and marks the centuries of struggle for freedom and independence by the Polish people. Polish Heritage Month is an opportunity to educate Ontarians of all ages about the hardships and struggles that Polish Canadians have endured to live in a free and democratic society that respects human rights and the rule of law. These core values have contributed to the strength and diversity of Ontario. By proclaiming the month of May as Polish Heritage Month, the province of Ontario recognizes the impact that Polish Canadians have had on Ontario's history, culture, and democratic institutions. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Oliver. And Student Trustee Sherbalin will be speaking to South Asian Heritage Month.
Thank you, Chair Collard. Vanakkam Ellaram, or hello everyone in my native tongue of Tamil. May is South Asian Heritage Month. South Asian immigrants have settled in various parts of Ontario since the start of the 20th century. South Asians trace their origins to South Asia or the Indian subcontinent, which can include India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka. The month of May commemorates their arrival from the Indian subcontinent to the Americas beginning May 5, 1838. According to a 2021 census, South Asians are the largest visible minority population group in Canada. Among South Asian Canadians, 44.3% were born in India, 28.7% in Canada, 9.2% in Pakistan, 5.4% in Sri Lanka, and 3% in Bangladesh. South Asians have enriched Ontario society through their contributions in various domains, including entrepreneurship, culture, healthcare, education, politics, community development, and so much more. Their influence is evident in the vibrant tapestry of Ontario's multicultural landscape. Nandri Vanakkam, or thank you in Tamil.
Thank you so much, Trustee Sherbalan. We are now up to item 1.4, approval of the agenda. Trustee Zhang, would you make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, please.
Trustee Shuttleworth, would you like to second this motion?
Sure.
Is there any discussion regarding the approval of the agenda? Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest for this evening's meeting? We are now up to 2.0, delegations, presentations to the board, and we will start with 2.1, the Inspire Awards. I am happy to pass the gavel to Trustees Gray and Shuttleworth, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards, to preside over this evening's awards.
Thank you very much. The Halton District School Board recognizes students, staff, and volunteers from across the system who have gone above and beyond to support students in the HDSB, to inspire others, and whose actions will have a lasting and positive impact on others. Tonight, we recognize and honor 33 recipients, 9 of whom are with us in attendance this evening. I'll pass this over now to Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, Trustee Gray. So, as Trustee Gray said, we think there are 9. Originally, we were supposed to have 11, but we think from attendance that maybe 2 are not here. So if they are here, can I check if Bridget Sheem from Kings Road Public School is here? She is. Awesome. Come on up. Trustee Bryden will be presenting the award to her. All right, Bridget, you ready to hear about yourself? Bridget has displayed an unwavering dedication to student learning. Recognizing a class has a genuine interest in rocks and mineral unit, she went above and beyond by bringing her personal rock tumbler into the classroom and extending her time to engage them on a deeper level. Her commitment didn't stop there. She rearranged her schedule to accommodate their curiosity and even transformed the library into a hands-on learning center, providing enriching experiences that captivated even the most reluctant learner. Through her infectious passion and tireless efforts, she not only sparked curiosity, but fostered a love for learning that transcends the classroom. Congratulations, Bridget. Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Ahmed, who's going to present an award to Principal Janet Reeser. Don't worry, don't rush. Okay, so Janet, as principal, you epitomize dedication and leadership. Your unwavering commitment to fostering a supportive and inclusive environment has left an indelible mark on parents, students, and staff. You go above and beyond the call of duty, actively listening to parents during council meetings and swiftly addressing their concerns, demonstrating that their voices truly matter. For students and staff, you champion innovation and empowerment, readily implementing new programs and initiatives and encouraging creative ideas. Your advocacy for student interests, whether supporting podcast equipment for learning or initiating a cricket program, reflects your dedication to nurturing individual growth and fostering a sense of belonging. Congratulations, Janet. Okay, next we have Jen Hall, who's the Supervisor of School Business at LC McGill. Come on up, Jen. And again, Trustee Ahmed will be presenting the award to you. Jen, you are a beacon of dedication and inclusivity. From knowing each student and staff member by name to organizing programs like Challenger Baseball for students with exceptionalities. You tirelessly foster connection and support throughout the school. Your quick thinking in emergencies and proactive problem solving, like creating accessible placemats for our cooperative education program, shows your unwavering commitment to student success. Your legacy of fostering relationships and efficient systems ensures that every member of our community feels valued and supported. Jen, your impact is profound, inspiring us all to strive for excellence and empathy in everything that we do. Congratulations. Next up, we have Trustee Daniele, who's going to be presenting to Janina Barron, who is the Senior Administrative Assistant at Robert Baldwin Public School. Did I get your name right? Tell me it. Yonina. All right, Yonina. All right, Yonina, your ability to support students' journey through mental health challenges is nothing short of inspiring. Through your unwavering support and dedication, you create nurturing environments where a young student could find comfort and confidence in facing her struggles. From organizing midday calls to providing quiet spaces for rejuvenation, your commitment goes above and beyond. Your professionalism and collaboration with teachers and support staff ensures everyone is well informed and involved in the process. Yonina, your optimism and celebration of small victories serves as beacons of hope during difficult times. Congratulations. Thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Amos, who's going to present the award to Harmorn Chung, who is a parent at Post Corners Public School. Harmorn, you're a dedicated member of Student Council at Post Corners, consistently advocating for the needs of students, enriching the school community through your active involvement in decision-making processes and initiatives. Your contributions extend beyond the school gates as you engage as a presenter in various school board conferences. You empower students to navigate life's transition with confidence and resilience. Your expertise in helping children publish ebooks on Amazon underscores the significance of providing authentic writing purposes for young writers, benefiting both the educators and parents alike. Your commitment to nurturing young minds leaves a lasting, powerful impact on the HDSB community, fostering a culture of creativity, empowerment, and academic excellence. Congratulations. Okay, can I check? Is Krish here? Awesome, come on up. So this is Krish Bashin, who is a student at Georgetown District High School. Trustee Gray will be presenting the award. Krish, you exemplify outstanding leadership and dedication as a role model for younger students at the HDSB. Your exceptional commitment to volunteering includes extensive hours working with students with special educational needs and coaching basketball and flag football at Silver Creek Public School. You set a remarkable example for your peers. Your unwavering positivity and passion for instilling self-belief and sportsmanship inspires those around you, leaving a lasting positive impact on the lives of all the children you coach and mentor. Your selfless contributions make you a true inspiration, and a deserving recipient of this recognition. Congratulations, Krish. Okay, next up we have Lindsay Nodwell Rutledge from John William Boyd, and Chair Collard will be presenting the award this evening. Lindsay, you embody dedication and compassion within the school community. In your role as the mental health lead, you tirelessly craft enriching activities, lessons, and leadership opportunities for students, ensuring their holistic well-being. Lindsay, your unwavering commitment extends beyond your official duties as you sacrifice your breaks to provide an enhanced school experience while maintaining a meticulously organized classroom and delivering engaging lessons that meet curriculum standards. You actively contribute to the professional development of your colleagues by spearheading literacy workshops and fostering a culture of continuous improvement. Lindsay, your selflessness and innate ability to inspire others make you a beacon of positivity and support within the school community. Your profound impact is evident in the admiration and gratitude expressed by your colleagues, who recognize you as a source of inspiration and a symbol of the profound difference educators can make in the lives of students. Congratulations, Lindsay. Okay, next up we have Reg Farnand, who is the principal at Glenview Public School, and Trustee Bryden will be presenting this evening. Reg, your leadership transcends administration. You embody a deep-seated commitment to Glenview, viewing it not just as a workplace, but as a cherished home. With genuine care and unwavering dedication, you ensure that every student and staff member feels valued and heard, forging personal connections with each encounter, no matter how brief. Your genuine interest in the lives of students extends beyond the school day. Your willingness to go that extra mile fosters a vibrant and inclusive community at Glenview. Your infectious pride in the school and commitment to excellence inspire students and staff to strive for their best. Reg, your resilience and unwavering positivity set a remarkable example for the entire Glenview community, leaving a lasting legacy of hard work, compassion, and respect that will shape the lives of students for years to come. Congratulations. Next up, we have Sarah Gale from Alton Village Public School, and Trustee Zhang will be presenting. Sarah, you have been seen to support your students in so many ways. You're always there for students who need help, ensuring that each student receives the assistance they require. You have left a lasting impression on your students who speak very highly of you. You are a kind-hearted person who touches the lives of everyone around you, inspiring them to choose kindness by creating a positive example in her classroom. Your students are excited to learn every day because you are such a compassionate teacher. The values you teach in your class stay with your students, guiding them towards constructive choices and actions in their future. Sarah, congratulations. All right, next up we have Sonia N. Can I just, pardon me? Nalivaiko? Close. Who is from Stewarttown Middle School. Sorry, Sonia. And Trustee Gray will be presenting to you today. So Sonia has worked in an LD classroom teacher at Stewarttown for more than 20 years. In that time, you have worked diligently to help students learn strategies to successfully integrate into the classroom. You inspire staff and students to get involved in student parliament and give back to their community. Sonia, you were an organizer of the Spread the Net campaign, which helped raise over $27,000 to buy nets to help eliminate the spread of malaria and other mosquito-borne diseases in Africa, earning a visit to the school from Rick Mercer. You are always thinking about others in the community, both staff and students. After all she has done for the school community, we know that Sonia deserves a huge round of applause. Congratulations. Thanks, Sonia. Next up, we have Tajpreet Gill from Odnawi Public School. She is a teacher, and Trustee Amos will be presenting her award to her this evening. Taj, you exceed the expectations of being an educator. As the school's eco leader, you have worked with the eco team to create pollinator gardens, handing out seedlings to classes, and then collecting the plants for your gardens. Your efforts in promoting environmental awareness through the eco team and integrating financial literacy into the classroom will leave a lasting impact on your students, equipping them with essential knowledge and skills to navigate real-world challenges. Additionally, your commitment to inclusivity and diversity in education will foster a culture of empathy and understanding among students, creating a foundation for lifelong learning and social responsibility. Congratulations, Taj. Congratulations to all our award winners, and I'm going to pass it back to Trustee Gray to say a couple final words.
Wrap it up. Thank you very much. What a very special evening, and just invite everyone in the audience to give another round of applause to all of our Inspire Award winners tonight. We want to congratulate all of the winners, and we look forward to making presentations to 22 more recipients in the schools over the next couple of weeks to come. So again, congratulations. Thank you very, very much for joining us tonight and being a part of this special presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. There is a place where you might want to take a picture out in the foyer, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess now to allow people to circulate and perhaps get congratulations in person from some other trustees. Have two delegates presenting to the board. Oh, I'm so sorry. The student trustee report comes first. And of course, I caught you in mid-mouthful. Perhaps Trustee Schreballen could start. Go ahead.
Sorry! I'm all over the place right now. I'm at an event, so in two places at once. So bear with me for a second. But so sorry to keep you all waiting, but good evening, fellow trustees, senior staff, superintendents, and those in the audience. It is wonderful to start the month addressing all of you, and Trustee Elimjanov and I have so much to share with you of all our monthly ongoings, as you all are probably expecting. Starting off with an exciting Ontario Student Trustees Association update, Trustee Elimjanov and I both led Osta ACO's first ever public education town hall this past Sunday, April 28th, held virtually on an interactive platform called Gatherly. Both incoming and outgoing public student trustees were invited, with Halton's incoming student trustees Ho and Ochu in attendance as well. Conversations arise surrounding prominent issues in education, from access to leadership platforms, mental health resources, social justice issues, environmental improvements, and innovation opportunities. The session amalgamated to 30-plus participants, and said participants were able to learn about the various projects public student trustees are working on, from menstrual equity advocacy to resources for incoming student trustees. Presentations from regional representatives occurred regarding the ongoings of student trustees in the respective regions, with Trustee Elimjanov giving an amazing recount of priorities in the Golden Horseshoe region, while myself, I led the introductions to the conference and supported the menstrual equity session. All in all, it was a very successful session.
Moving on Saturday, June 20th, Trustee Schreballen and I were honored to be invited by Superintendent Connor and the Parents Involvement Committee to present a workshop at the annual PIC conference at LT McGill Secondary School. We held two sessions on the topic of how parents and guardians can support the success of their children during their high school years. We provided a comprehensive presentation on the various programs available throughout our schools and gave advice from personal experience as graduating grade 12 students. Overall, it was quite a novel experience, but both of us sincerely enjoyed it. So big thank you to all the PIC organizers for providing us with this opportunity.
Furthermore, planning for the Halton Youth Leadership Symposium is well underway, thanks to our amazing directors of operation, Sabrina Nadim and Kalina Kakin, as well as Treasurer Sherry Liu. 8 different workshops have been planned for students to engage in wide arrays of learning, from innovation to environmentalism. Senate subcommittees are carefully planning interactive workshop sessions for participants, while the core organization team has conducted a walkthrough of the venue space. Several prizes and hands-on feedback initiatives have also been planned, so the students are sure to have a great time. Trustees and senior staff have also been invited to the event next month, so to those in the room, please consider coming out to support.
Moving on Tuesday, April 23rd, Trustee Schreballen and I were happy to organize the student consultation session for the development of the next multi-year plan. We had dozens of senators in attendance providing their inputs on the perception of what the HDSB priorities should be for the next 4 years and what the future trends they see coming. We had a very diverse set of opinions, but some of the common trends included topics such as equity and inclusion, interactive learning opportunities, and environmental sustainability and digital literacy.
Grade 11 and 12 students also engaged in a harm reduction alcohol roundtable with the support of the lovely Superintendent Fowler in the Safe Schools Department, alongside representatives from the Halton Region Public Health. Students were asked several questions about what their knowledge of current topics in alcoholism were, as well as what they wished to learn on the matter. Trustee Elimjanov and I couldn't be prouder to all the meaningful questions our senators posed, and our deepest gratitude to Halton Region Public Health and the Safe Schools Department for their dedication to student voice in their work.
And lastly, we would like to acknowledge the highly productive Senate April meeting. Senators had the opportunity to share their updates on HLF month fundraisers we sent to them to complete. Overall, it was a huge success, with schools like Pineland Public School raising north of $1,200 to help support the financial necessities of students from across Halton. Staying on the topic of philanthropy, we had some awesome guest speakers attend our session, including Jean Longfield from Gift to Giving Back, presenting an address regarding the work of our charity. Furthermore, Superintendents Frankovich, Flahat, and Strauss also attended our meeting to discuss the topics of community involvement and AI policy, also hosting an activity to garner student feedback to support their hard work on the topic. Lastly, the Student Senate is proud to announce the opening of the Environmental Sustainable Leadership Award applications. Everyone in the GSB community can nominate students to receive this honor for demonstrating environmental action. Applications are due on May 31st, so for all those interested, you can nominate yourself, an environmental trailblazer at your school, or some fantastic individual in your community. For more information, you can visit the HGSB Student Senate website and the application link. With that, Trustee Sherbalin and I would like to conclude our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent report as always. And I see we have a speaker on the list. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to highlight how impressed I was at last week's OPSPA Board of Directors meeting. We had a presentation from the executive of OSTA ACO, and they outlined some of the incredible advocacy work that you've been doing as student trustees, and it was phenomenal. I'm going to request if we can share the slides that we received with the rest of the trustees, because I think a lot of what you're doing, we're not as aware of it as we could be. And the one thing that we did note, that out of the 32 public boards, only 18 of the boards are members of OSTA ACO, and we at OPSPA, at the OPSPA Board of Directors, are having discussions about how we can use our experience and our knowledge of having our student trustees attend OSTA ACO, be part of OSTA ACO and the benefits of OSTA ACO, and try to get them that expanded to all 32 boards.
Thank you very much, Trustee Daniele. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, we will now move on to the delegations. And I've got a little preamble to read before inviting up our first delegate. As per our delegation governance procedure, each delegate will be allowed up to 5 minutes to present their delegation. Delegates must refrain from using derogatory language and from making statements that would personally identify individuals, including students, staff, community members, or trustees. Any delegate who fails to adhere to this restriction will be ruled out of order by the chair, and their presentation shall be immediately terminated. Now I would like to welcome Lama Agad to come forward and have a seat at the presentation desk. Do you need access to the slide deck or anything like that? Okay. I'll be timing your delegation and we'll give you a wave when there's 1 minute remaining. You are allowed up to 5 minutes for your delegation. Please begin when you're ready.
Hello. Can I move this? No. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time I speak in this board, and I am here to address some concerns. I didn't really prepare some speech, but I did write some notes. And I am here to help you understand the concerns of our community. As well, we want to understand how we can work together to help change the bylaws and the policies to help protect our students. So I'll start by saying that my name is Lama Agad. I am the president of the Multicultural Community Association. I also live in Ward 6 in Oakville. My brother, near Iroquois Ridge, and my brother actually one of the graduates of Iroquois Ridge School. So we have a lot of history in Ward 6. I have a lot of history in Oakville. I've been here for 25 years. And I would love for my ward and for the school to always send positive, not to send so much negative of what happened last week. I also have to say that I am one of those who has been subjected to systematic attacks. I don't know why I'm crying, but I've been called an anti-Semite. Numerous times. I am someone in media. I've been combating all forms of racism, especially the faces of anti-Semitism, but I've still been targeted systematically. I've been called an extremist anti-Semite. I've been attacked. My career has been attacked. And when I saw that incident, it brought back a lot of pain, because there are times during COVID, I felt the pain and the depression I went through because of these attacks, where I felt that my life is not worth it. And I wanted to find ways, how can I end my life? And when I saw that student, I'm like, I don't want the students to go through this, because the second day, someone can mock him and call him a terrorist. Someone can mock him of what he wears. I don't even know who that student is, but I just felt the pain of what systematic targeting is, and we've going through that a lot for the past years, just because we support human rights in Palestine. So, and that's the reason why I spoke to the school board trustee, Tanya, and I really wanted to address those concerns. How can we end these systematic attacks? How can we end the Zionist lobby from bullying our politicians, bullying our teachers, bullying everybody in public, which resulting in bullying us in return? I want you all to understand that our community is hurting. There's 40,000 deaths being killed, slaughtered in Gaza. Our community has been bullied by their chants. Now they're not allowed to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They have their keffiyeh, which I am wearing today, and I wore it for a reason, and I wore every single symbol that can show my support to Palestine, because I want to know if I am intimidating anybody. Their pieces of clothing is being banned in the Queen's Park. Their protest has been targeted, and all the demands is end this war. And now when they're showing support, some people have no problem to come to a student and tell him, you look like a terrorist. This needs to end. I just want you guys to understand something about our community, the Middle Eastern. I come from Jordan. I am Jordanian. My father was born in Jordan, and my grandfather was expelled from Palestine in 1948, and he moved to Jordan. So our roots come from Palestine. So I want you to understand something about us Arabs, even the people in the crowd, if there's anybody from the Arab. We as Arabs, and I think that's only in our countries, even though I am Jordanian, but I am also Lebanese, I am also Syrian, I am also Saudi, I am also Qatari. Every single country that speaks Arabic represents me. If any country from my neighboring Jordan is hurt, or there's a devastating something happening there, catastrophe, we all come together as communities. And this is something that I think the West doesn't understand about us. They keep saying that we don't support each other. It's not true. The Egyptians are supporting Palestinians, the Syrians, the Iraqis, the Muslim, the Pakistani, and the Canadian public. And that's why you see them every weekend, thousands and thousands of people are there, calling for the end of this devastating war, calling for the end of this massacres and the genocide that is happening in Gaza. And we also need to understand that these students and these people here in Canada, they have families in Gaza. They are seeing their families being killed. They are seeing their homes being killed. They are mentally exhausted, financially exhausted. They are traumatized. And now we have politicians, employees traumatizing them further without any shame. So I have two demands, and on behalf of myself and my community. The employee who went after that student to be terminated immediately.
You can't speak about the employee.
Okay, but we demand that when actions like these happen, to be terminated immediately, because if this action
you
was...
can't speak about employees.
Not even in general.
No, I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay. We know that at the beginning of this war, there's an incident with Air Canada where someone was called as an anti-Semite. He was terminated immediately without even putting into investigation. The other demand is we need to implement a strategy for anti-Palestinianism, aka anti-Palestinian racism. There's a strategy for Islamophobia. There's a strategy for anti-Semitism, but there's nothing for anti-Palestinian racism. And I think it's very important to differentiate anti-Palestinianism from Islamophobia, because Palestinians are Christians and they're Muslims also. And now every pro-Palestinian person from Canada is subjected to being targeted, to being called an anti-Semite. At the end of the day, we are all Canadians. We want to work together. We are Canadian first. And we are seeing that one side is being protected, the other is not. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I apologize. I became emotional. I have no idea how, but I hope I can be a source where I can mediate between the board and our community to help implement laws that can protect our students. I don't want to see this happening again in Oakville. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lama. And I would ask the gallery to please refrain from making noise. Are there any questions from trustees? I did allow you extra time, Lama.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate everything that you said and the emotion that you feel. This is a trying time for everyone, and we all just want peace. So
and
thank you.
I want all communities to be protected.
Yeah.
The Jewish, the Muslim, the Christian,
Yes.
the Sikh, the Hindu, everybody. We are all Canadians. We want protection for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Questions? I thought there
I'm
was no
sorry,
question. That's why I was
Trustee
there.
Ahmed. I didn't see you ring in.
Thank you, Lama.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much for taking out time and coming here. For sure, as you said, showing where you come from, you said that you're wearing every symbol of your ethnicity. You have every right to do that because it's protected ground. Citizenship, ethnic origin, ancestry, and also place of origin. These are protected grounds. Everybody has the right to express that, and anybody stops anyone from expressing that is actually breaking the law. So, thank you.
I also just want to say that my career also has been targeted, and everybody is scared to even defend their employees.
I
And I don't want to see that student going through
trustees that they're not to ask questions of the delegate because the delegate has completed the delegation and they're not supposed to speak any further. Yes, I said that backwards. Trustee Rocha.
Through the chair, to you, Lama. I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you for coming tonight and speaking your truth and being so vulnerable with us, because being emotional in public is always difficult. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. I see no other speakers on the list. Thank you again for coming. I'd now like to invite Ibrahim Beg to come forward.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ibrahim. I will be timing your delegation and will give you a wave when there's 1 minute left. You are allowed up to 5 minutes for your delegation. Please begin when you're ready.
It's a pleasure to be here, and like Lama, I'm also representing the Muslim and the Palestinian community in Halton. I do have a written speech, so I'll be mostly reading out from whatever I have written. I'll be delegating on agenda item 4.1.1, human rights obligations and strategies for compliance professional development, report 24066, trustees professional development planning standing committee. Under this item, to begin professional learning in the multi-year plan key area of equity and inclusion, trustees approved the engagement of an external legal professional to provide an overview of the obligations of school boards under human rights legislation. A 2-hour virtual session will be held, which will cover 5 topics, one of which will be issues of freedom of expression and association, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, hate speech, defamation, and harassment in relation to current events. Under the roles and responsibilities of a school board trustee, as stated in the on the HDSB website, the Board of Trustees is a corporate body responsible for the organization's success in terms of its purpose, and it ensures this success by providing oversight, direction setting, and decision-making through a governance process. It is imperative that the members of this board are equipped with knowledge, resources, and understanding of the equity and inclusion and human rights obligations. As organizational policies flow from top to bottom, the importance of well-trained trustees becomes even more pronounced. Incompetence and failure at lower levels often stem from inadequacy at the leadership level. An example of it was what we observed in an Oakville school, where a counselor likened a student to terrorists simply because he was wearing a kufiya.
Please refrain from speaking about employees.
Okay.
Thank you.
As you, trustees, embark on this important training, I would like to give following suggestions. I request you to consider these suggestions not only as trustees, but also as parents and humans yourselves, as some of you or most of you would be parents as well. During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional as to how you would respond to the parents of a child who was called a terrorist for simply wearing a piece of cloth, a cultural symbol, and heritage signature. His pride, self-esteem, and ego faced a crushing blow when someone who was supposed to be his counsel and support.
I'm sorry, Ibrahim, you cannot speak about a staff member.
So can I say when a person?
Okay. It alludes to being a staff member. You cannot do that.
He's not indicating to a specific person.
I'm sorry, sir, you're not allowed to speak from the gallery, and you are not allowed to say anything that might identify an individual, and that will definitely identify an individual.
When his appearance was regarded as reminiscent of terrorists, his sense of belonging and identity were denounced, demeaned, and slandered when he was slapped with a racist, stereotypical, and supremacist rant. His confidence was made to shatter, and his innocence was questioned. During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional how you should deal with members of the community who are facing and going through an extremely difficult time as their relatives, family members, friends, and loved ones are being bombed, slaughtered, starved, and killed, day in and day out. During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional, in your position as a trustee, how would you uphold human rights and sympathize with the parents of students who feel deserted, isolated, and left alone? How would you help a parent whose son comes to him and asks, "Papa, do we really belong here? Papa, are we not humans? Papa, why the flag in my classroom does not have Palestine on it?" During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional how you would decolonize the curriculum, as stated under priority 1.1 of the multi-year plan, while failing to stand against a genocidal colonial regime. We must not forget that global events have local impacts on the well-being of the communities residing in Halton and in Canada. During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional that without recognizing and commemorating all the genocides that have happened in this world, including the Nakba Day in 1948, which is regarded as the day of mass destruction, killing, and displacement of the Palestinian population, which was indigenous to their homeland. During your training, please ask the legal human rights professional if human rights are a privilege for some or a necessity for all humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will remind the gallery to please be quiet. Are there any questions for the delegate? Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Thank you, Abraham, for your delegation. I'm wondering if we will be provided with a written copy to have your requests with us when we undertake our training.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I wish to thank you very much for your impassioned plea on behalf of people from Palestine. I understand your concerns, and we will do everything we can to ensure that all students in the Halton District School Board and staff members in the Halton School Board feel welcome and safe and are able to learn and work in peace. Oh, okay. There you go again, Naveed. You snuck in there. Trustee Ahmed.
Thank you very much for coming here and delegating today, and definitely made some good points, and we'll make sure that you ask the trainer those questions. At the same time, I just wanted to make it clear that HDSP dress code does not have anything in it that forbids wearing of keffiyeh. So wearing keffiyeh in schools is perfectly okay as per the HDSP dress code.
On the same note, like if you do not have anything against wearing a keffiyeh, so then again, I don't know how to describe my feelings without, even referring to the person. Like I heard you cannot name the person, but I cannot even refer the person. But what I'm trying to say is, if you do not have anything of that sort in your policy, then why did it happen? Then you should ask yourselves, and as the board members, and also secondly, that since it has happened, what actions would you be taking? Would you be terminating the person? Is there any disciplinary
I'm sorry,
procedure?
you can't speak about the employee, sir. I'm very, very sorry. And I understand that you have questions.
I really wish that the employee was an alien, so that, I could at least express my feelings.
Yes.
Because okay.
Sir, your time did expire.
Okay.
And I'm very sorry, but I can't allow you to speak about any employees. That is a human resources matter, and that is all that I can say about it. Okay, I'm very sorry. I understand your concern and why you're upset about this. I really do. But we cannot discuss human resources issues in public. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving up to section 3, our consent agenda. For approval, we have the minutes of our meeting from April 3rd, and for receipt, we have the order paper, board report schedule, policy and governance procedure review schedule, administrative procedure review schedule, and approved minutes of the committee of the whole March 20th. Also, we have correspondence to the board. Are there any items that need to be pulled? Trustee Rocha.
I'd like to pull the order paper.
Thank you. Are there any other items that need to be pulled? You may go ahead, Trustee Rocha.
Thank you, through you, Chair. With regards to the order paper, I do have a question regarding motion M24-039. It's with respect to the Iroquois Ridge school name. The question I have tonight is I would like to know what consultation has taken place thus far and who has been consulted.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Rocha. We have embarked on a consultation with members of the Indigenous communities. Namely, we have spoken with the Six Nations. We have reached out to the Six Nations community on multiple occasions. We have attended the Mississaugas of the Credit Council. We have spoken to our treaty partners. We have spoken to the Indigenous peoples within our board, those who have identified as such. We have reached out to the Indigenous community, wider community within Halton. We have set up a meeting with the Indigenous lead at the Ministry of Education. We have done a number of things that would fulfill consultation. However, I think it's important to add that much of that work was done prior to the motion that asked us to consult. So we had been doing consultation before we received a motion to consult. And so we are redoubling our efforts and going back to the drawing board. And as such, we have slowed down our consultation process. So in terms of those who will be consulted, we are seeking to consult all the people that I've mentioned before, but we also are mindful of and want to be careful in terms of how we design and approach the consultation so that we're doing it with the support of those with Indigenous identity. And so that's why we reached out to the Ministry of Education and their Indigenous lead to help support and guide us as we embark on that next phase of consultation to bring back a report to the Board of Trustees in the future.
Follow up?
Yes, you may.
So that last point, bringing back a report to the board in the future, do you have a timeline or an estimate as to when we could expect that report?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Rocha. Certainly, we see time slipping by in terms of the end of the year is just next month. We can say that officially now. And so we are hopeful and working towards getting something to the Board of Trustees very early in the fall.
All right, thank you for the update.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Director Ennis. So just some clarification on what you just spoke to in terms of the collaborative approach. You said on numerous occasions that you reached out. So when you've reached out, have they responded, or are we still waiting for a response? Like, I'm just wondering that reached out doesn't say communication, it just says you've asked. So I'm just wondering if there's been a collaboration or just a reaching out.
To whom?
So you said the first one was Six Nations. You said you reached out to the ministry. I'm just wondering if with those the things that you mentioned, reach out versus collaboration. So that was what Trustee Rocha asked. You specifically mentioned some collaboration, but in speaking to Six Nations, you said reached out to Ministry of Education, you said reached out. So I'm just wondering, with that, has there been a response, or are we still waiting?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Shuttleworth. Certainly, with the Ministry of Education, we have a meeting set up that is coming up on next week. So we're looking forward to that. That's why I use that term. And in terms of Six Nations, we have had multiple outreach, and we have not established a two-way dialogue as yet. And so that's why I said reach out and outreach. And so that is something that we absolutely will be doing as we move forward to make sure that we've established that two-way communication with them.
Just really quick. So I'm just with that you have, is there I'm confused because this motion was it just last month? I'm sorry. But yeah, so we've had a month, right? So why is there we're having trouble getting a hold of them, or like why? Because I know that there were people that were quite keen to have a discussion. So I'm just wondering, what's the holdup?
So we have made the outreach, and we have done so on more than one occasion, and we are waiting for some responses. Now, I would hasten to add that work was, prior to the motion to consult that was given, and we are now going back to the drawing board, as I've mentioned earlier, to make sure that both in the design and how we roll this out, we're getting Indigenous input from the get-go to make sure that we're doing it in a way that is honoring. And so we are going to be, redoubling our efforts to make that outreach and establish communication with them as we move forward. That is our desire and our goal.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Trustee Rocha.
One last follow-up. So as part of that consultation, will recognized Indigenous leaders in Halton be contacted as well?
We're certainly opening to that through the design process as we meet with, the ministry to give us, we want to capture as many voices, Trustee Rocha. So we are open to that, as many voices. So yes to that question.
Okay, so if we're aware or we have a relationship with any of these leaders, could we then forward those names to you?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the consent agenda? Seeing none. I need Trustee Gray to please make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Yes.
And Trustee Bryden, would you second this motion?
I would.
Okay, seeing no further comments, are there any objections to approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. We are now up to section 4, items for ratification action. 4.1.1, Human Rights Obligations and Strategies for Compliance Professional Development, Report 24066, submitted by Trustees PD Planning Standing Committee, and I'll read the motion. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees enter into a contract with Raj Anand to facilitate professional development on human rights obligations and strategies for compliance, as outlined in Report 24066 at a cost not to exceed $4,000 plus HST, which will be funded by the trustees' prior term reserve account. Trustee Baxter, would you make this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Ahmed, would you second?
Yes, Chair, I would.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter, would you like to speak to this report?
Thank you. Through you, the chair. This report outlines the PD session that the committee has designed to answer the motion, I think it was a meeting or two ago, that trustees approved to embark on some professional development in 2024. One of the priorities that was highlighted by trustees was the area of human rights and equity, and so this is one session to get us started on that road. So I'm happy to take any questions or any other members of the committee, of course, if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this motion? Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To Trustee Baxter, not a question, but just a thank you. So I have had dealings with Mr. Anand before, never in person, so I'm quite excited if he's coming in. No, he's not? Okay. All right. Thank you, though. But I'm excited for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Rocha.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to Trustee Baxter and the PD committee. Thank you for putting this together. Based on what we heard tonight from the two delegates and looking at the items that we hope to cover with Mr. Anand, I'm wondering if he would be open to include some anti-Palestinian training as part of that evening's session.
Sorry. Do you want me to? Yeah, sorry. Thank you for the question through the chair. So part of the package, the PD package that Mr. Anand is offering is the opportunity for all trustees to provide questions or issues that they would like him to address specifically. The intention, the outline is a general outline based on his experience in giving this type of training, but he did express a desire to tailor it to the needs of trustees of this board. So absolutely, we will probably lean on Carolina, as always, to coordinate gathering of input prior to the session so that we can ensure that it answers all the questions that trustees have. So thank you.
Thank you. We have exhausted our speakers list unless Trustee Ahmed wanted to ring in at the last second. And so I will set the voting up. Please cast your votes. Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is 4.1.2, follow-up regarding 3-month trial meeting schedule and proposed 2024-2025 Board and Committee of the Whole meeting schedule, Report 24064, submitted by Manager Khan. And I will put the motion on the floor, and it's a long one, so bear with me. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board extend its meeting schedule trial to 1 board meeting and 1 committee of the whole meeting per month until January of 2025, as outlined in Report 24064. Be it further resolved that a report regarding the feasibility of continuing a monthly meeting frequency of 1 board and 1 committee of the whole board meeting be presented to the Board of Trustees by January of 2025. And be it further resolved that the board meeting public session start time be changed to 6 p.m. as outlined in Report 24064. Be it further resolved that the Board and Committee of the Whole regular meeting schedule for May and June of 2024 be amended as outlined in Report 24064. Be it further resolved that the regular meeting day of Board and Committee of the Whole meetings be changed to Tuesdays, as outlined in Report 24064. And be it further resolved that the 2024-2025 Board and Committee of the Whole regular meeting schedule from September 2024 to January 2025 be adopted as outlined and appended to Report 24064. And I believe that Report 24064 is now emblazoned upon my forehead. Trustee Amos, would you make this motion?
Yes, please.
Vice Chair Oliver, would you second this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Manager Khan, would you like to speak to this report?
Thank you through you, Chair. As trustees are aware, we had a great discussion at the last Committee of the Whole meeting with respect to all of the recommendations in this follow-up report. Hopefully this report is a summary of everything that the trustees discussed and were in agreement with, but so I won't go into the report any further, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Trustee Rocha. Oh, that was from the last list. I'm sorry, I will reset. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I will set us up for voting. Please cast your votes. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is our item for future action, 4.2.1, the Special Education Plan 2024-25, Report 24063, submitted by Superintendent Ruddock. Superintendent Ruddock, would you like to speak to your report?
Thank you, through the chair, to trustees. You've been provided the 2024-25 Special Education Plan, but I would like to highlight a few significant changes. The first is with regards to our behavior resource classes. Over recent years, we have a greater understanding of trauma-informed and anti-oppressive practices. And as I like to say, as Maya Angelou likes to say, when we know better, we do better. And so this is really bringing our equity and inclusion policy to life in our practice, because we're shifting how we support our students with behaviors. So we know that behavior is a form of communication, and that it's often an expression of trauma. And so we are embedding trauma-informed practices in our schools, where we know that the number one protective factor is caring adults in a caring environment, and the second is stability. So rather than moving students from their home environment to another environment, we are investing in supporting the home school in understanding the behaviors and an effective and proactive responsive plan. So the outcome of this is that our BRCs have diminished over the last number of years. We closed 4 in the last 2 years, 2 additional classes this year, and a 3rd class will close at the remainder of this year. We will have 1 remaining class left open for next year, as we've made a 2-year commitment to those families. And at the end of next year, it's our plan to have all of our BRCs closed, and it no longer being an offering in our special education plan, effective 2024-2025. Our budget and our plan also recommends an investment in supporting our students with behavior by adding a specialized behavior support worker to our team of already 8 SBSWs. And we look to continue to bring this effective approach to all of our schools to ensure that we develop and broaden our trauma-informed practices and build the capacity of staff. So I'd like to recognize SEAC and our staff for really this bold step and really bringing our equity and inclusion policy to life in this very innovative and supportive way. The other success story that I'd like to highlight in our plan is the implementation of the Right to Read recommendations. We've had 4 years of structured reading IRTs who have provided direct service to students to teach the structured reading approach. In the last 2 years, we have also been working on building school-based capacity, and we are now ready to transition from a central team delivering that service to our school-based staff supporting their own students, which we know is the most effective approach. And our plan reflects a shift in that centralized structured reading IRT support to a structured reading IPL and 3 coaches to continue to support the ongoing learning and work in this area. Another change that you'll see reflected in our plan is feedback that we've received from SEAC through budget consultations, and that is a resizing of some of our classes. So our self-contained learning disability and our community pathways programs both have an adjustment to their class sizes to approximately 10 and 12 students respectively. This is still well under the ministry-funded class size of 16 and reflects a really measured approach in resizing these programs. I'll also note that we looked at the viability of programs, and this was also in response to a SEAC budget recommendation and through the consultation process. And we've specifically looked at the classes that were well below the ministry-funded student-teacher ratio. And as such, we've looked at the Halton Hills, a self-contained gifted program that operated at approximately 30% capacity for the last number of years. Students in Halton Hills will be offered or have been offered the self-contained option in Milton. And so the plan now reflects that the program offerings are in the north, west, and east when viable, and that is for all of our self-contained programs. Some noteworthy stabilized supports, based again on strong feedback from all of our stakeholders through the budget consultation process. We've maintained the number of educational assistants and student supervisors, those supervisors that provide direct support to our students during nutrition breaks. SEAC has been very involved in the budget conversations and updates to this special education plan over the course of this full school year. They've had the opportunity to provide, they will have the opportunity to provide additional feedback at the May SEAC meeting next Tuesday. And I'm happy to take any questions on the plan.
Are there any questions for Superintendent Ruddock regarding the special education plan? Trustee Bryden.
You mentioned a handful of pieces of feedback from SEAC. Have they already seen this full plan and all amendments?
They have heard about the recommended amendments to the plan. They received a copy of the plan a few weeks ago, but it is on the agenda for the first time in its entirety next week.
Okay.
But there's no surprises.
All right. Based on the no surprises and having looked at the recommendations, were there elements of any of these changes that SEAC as a group did not support?
No, I would say as a group, there's nothing that they did not support.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Superintendent Ruddock. So again, you said as a group, so I know there has been a history of minority reports that come from SEAC regarding the special education plan. Are we thinking of are we hoping for a fully supportive backing of this plan this year, or are we still seeing that maybe there might be a minority report coming from somewhere in a particular area that might have been flagged?
Thank you through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth. We were quite pleased to have full support of all associations for last year's plan, so effectively this year. At this point in time, I have had no indication that a minority report is coming, but perhaps I'll have more information following SEAC next week.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, I just want to thank you very much for explaining the reasons for some of the class closures. I know when people hear about class closures, especially if they are special education related, quite often it raises red flags. And so I'm very, very relieved to hear that the class closures have been planned, properly phased out, and not due to budgetary constraints. Thank you very much for the report, and I look forward to seeing this next month. We are now up to section 5.0, communication to the board. And we have some items for information. The first being 5.1.1, HDSB Secondary School Retention Analysis Report 24065, submitted by Director Ennis. Would you like to speak to your report?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm going to invite General Manager Tipo to come to the desk and speak to this.
Through Madam Chair to trustees, we've prepared this report just as a request. I think it came up a little while ago with regards to our retention rates when we're going through the budget discussions. So contained within this report is an analysis that we've completed by extracting the information from our student information system, essentially looking at where our grade 8s travel to between June of their graduating year and October of the following year in the secondary school, and using our system codes to determine where they decided to go. And usually that's done by, we have to identify what specific secondary school code as per the ministry coding they went to. So that way we're not necessarily getting the why, but at least we're getting the where. They're going, and contained in this report, we gave you the 2 last years to give you an estimate of how many grade 8s we started with by municipality, where we ended up, where we captured them from, as well as identifying some themes and some trends within those numbers, and some other assumptions and some facts that we've gathered through past analyses on this subject matter. With that, happy to take any questions to myself and the rest of the team.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to General Manager Thibault. This question is actually coming from a meeting I was at before coming here, because we were talking about the idea of privatization of schools. So I'm wondering, when you're looking at this and you're talking about the majority going to the Catholic board, do we have an idea or understanding of how many of our students switch to private sector education for high school?
Through Madam Chair, yeah, we had identified that, so it is another code, and I'll say that the number's a lot less than we had anticipated. So it's actually below 100 on an annual basis. If I think it's under number 4. Yep. So between 46 and 43 students between the last 2 years, respectively.
Right. So my question with that is that, and again, I don't know how much you know about the historical trends. Like, is that in line, or is that going up, or staying stable in terms of those choices?
Through Madam Chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, it's the last 2 years. We can certainly go back in time and look at more of that, but usually loss to the system. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's something that's increased or decreased over the last few years. We'd have to take it back.
Trustee Shuttleworth, do you have a follow-up?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rocha.
Thank you for that report. Through the chair, so when I looked at the observation in trends as far as where kids go, one of the things that isn't listed is students who transfer to a different board or go private due to bullying, where they don't want to go to their feeder high school because of incidents of bullying that haven't been fully addressed, and therefore they opt to go to another board. So one, I was surprised that it's not listed there, because it is something that residents and parents contact me about. So I'm wondering, one, why isn't it listed? Yeah, actually, perhaps let's start with why it's not listed, and then maybe I can form my follow-up question based on that.
Thank you. I'll take that one. Through the chair to Trustee Rocha. So in 2018, we had public confidence a committee that was formed and that looked at different reasons. It was actually, some of you were on the committee, a pretty extensive consultation. And at that time, that wasn't one of the reasons that was given and offered for students leaving our board. So that's the data that we were looking at and working with. Certainly since that time, much has happened. We've had the pandemic. So as stated in the report, moving forward, we're going to go back to that list of strategies that that team had come up with to see what have we done, what haven't we done, and what might we do further. And perhaps bullying might be something that comes up in that work. And I also look over to Superintendent Fowler, who might want to speak generally on bullying prevention and some of the things that we're doing right now, because regardless of retention, it certainly is at the forefront of our endeavors.
Yes, thank you, Associate Director Salmini and Trustee Rocha. Great question, thank you. So through you, Chair, I'd be happy to speak to some of the proactive strategies that we're doing to address bullying in our schools. We certainly do know that in 2023, Halton District School Board updated their bullying intervention and prevention plan. In addition to that, we created a fulsome bullying action plan. And this year, we also created jointly through our work with our Safe Schools team, with our Equity and Inclusive Education team, with our Indigenous Rights and Education team, and with our Mental Health and Student Wellbeing team. We've launched a bullying response protocol, which I think will specifically address some of the concerns that our community members have, because it lays out very specific strategies and actions, very much like the discriminatory and harmful language protocol that has been working very well within our board in terms of being responsive responsive. This protocol was launched with our administrators at our February and March FOS, Family of Schools meetings. And in addition to that, slide decks and resources have been created to support schools in rolling it out with their staff this spring. In addition, we're doing consultation right now with a variety of community groups, parent and guardian groups, as well as staff and student groups to plan for a fall rollout to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the students in terms of sharing with them the protocol and the steps that we are committed to taking in order to respond to bullying. And also with our parents and guardians, caregivers, and overall Halton District School Board community. So that bullying response protocol, I think, will speak directly to how we would go about taking steps and actions to resolve bullying concerns. And I certainly do encourage any family, any student that is experiencing bullying to please reach out to their school administrators and know and trust that we will take those matters seriously and look into them and investigate them fully. So there's a lot of great work happening, and I have to give huge kudos to the amazing teams that have been part of the development of this strategy, and certainly look forward to receiving feedback and input in terms of our rollout so that we can make sure that this lives and breathes all across Halton. Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up?
I do. So thank you for that additional information. So reading further down in the report in the next steps section, it does list that research will be conducted moving forward on why students and families choose to stay or leave the HDSB. So with that being said, will bullying, or I'm just going to call it bullying because I can't think of another word right now, will that be captured? And the part two of that question is, will a report be coming to board once this research is done?
So through the chair to Trustee Rocha, so that will be part of the work. We're going to reconvene a smaller group of people to look at what was done previously and engage our research department in terms of looking at how can we look at exit information for our students. And certainly if bullying is mentioned, we can capture that and bring that in a future report as we did with what was listed last time.
All right, thank you. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you, I'm really glad that Associate Director Salmini mentioned the group because I was on it the last time. And one of the things I was going to ask about is if we're still trying to work on that transition piece between the elementary and secondary and try and get into the elementary students into the secondary schools so they feel more welcome, so that it's a place they want to go, as opposed to some of our coterminous board who end up recruiting some of the students for different reasons and things like that. And so because they know what the school's about, and and I know the coterminous board will also come in and try and get the students in to their schools. So we need to be more proactive about doing it earlier and creating those bonds with them at a younger age, not just grade 8, so that they feel like that's the place they want to go. And I just wondered if that has continued. I know it started, I just didn't know where it went.
Through the chair to Trustee Amos, it has continued. I would say during COVID, when we were not in person as much, some of that work would have suffered, but certainly we continue to do that. And another plan that we have is to look at schools that have high retention of their students and look at what are they doing, what strategies are they using to retain their students, and then other schools that have lower retention strategies, working with those schools to set some local specific goals at those sites.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Alamzanov.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So as you highlighted in the reports, for the town of Milton, the retention rate is more than 20% lower than for the second lowest town of Oakville. So I'm just kind of wondering, there's identifiable reason for why we may be losing so many students to our Catholic counterparts? Catholic counterparts. Could it be the lack of programming in our boards, or potentially something else? Just want us to know if you've been able to find a reason when you were conducting your research.
Through Madam Chair to Trustee, I'd say that as far as having worked for the Catholic Board, I know that this is a trend that's been persistent for quite a number of years now. It just seems to be something that's been pretty prevalent in Milton for a number of years. So I don't think there's any kind of shift that's occurred there. As to the reason why, I would say that in our analysis, like our programming is quite comparable to the Catholic Board. We're almost equivalent in terms of what we're offering, as well as the number of sites that are available in order to receive instruction. I think we're up by one secondary school for the time being, but for the most part, I think we're pretty much the same in that regard. It's I guess at that point in time, it comes down to choice, and it can be a number of other reasons, as we stated within the report, in terms of proximity and things like that to schools and what have you. But I think programming wise, to answer your question, we're pretty equivalent. So I'm not exactly sure if that's the answer. I think it might be some other factors that we're still looking into.
And Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I wonder if this retention data report that we have before us tonight, does it capture or is included in this data the leavers, the kids that don't complete their high school? Is that data captured within this retention data?
That's a very good question. I would say that it is captured for students that leave. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
So
it's not captured.
May I just, through the chair, this data really was examining the transition between elementary and high school, and not the duration of high school and the exit from high school.
Okay, thank you very much. That's always been a very big interest of mine, to know exactly what our board does in tracking the leavers, the kids that don't complete their high school diploma. But I recognize, thank you very much for that clarification on this report. We're really elementary to secondary, so thank you very much.
And Trustee Bryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we also look at retention rates in other grades? And both generally, there being some movement mid-course, and because thinking in my neck of the woods, we've got two schools where the transition primarily happens from grade 6 to 7 rather than from 8 to 9.
Through Madam Chair, yeah, we definitely do review, because those progression rates and those transition rates. We actually look at it throughout all grades. Usually when we're doing our enrollment projections, we use what's called a survival model. So we see, what's the typical retention rate from grade to grade to grade. In certain areas, specifically in transitions from one school to the next, we'll certainly review not only between panels, but also between programs, what's the proportionate amount of students that will go to that program, as well as what's potentially lost. And those are applied in terms of ratios. But I'd say usually, and that's certainly something we could look at in addition to, is the 7 and 8 panel, if that's something else that we may lose some students. But I think that the majority is probably between the transition between 8 to 9, especially when the choice becomes available for students that may not be able to attend a Catholic elementary school because they're not necessarily a rights holder. They need to be Catholic baptized or a few other parameters. So that's one that we don't look at as often.
Yes, that would be in the specific set of 7 to 12 schools that we have. That would probably be the more appropriate transition point to be looking at. And more broadly, I guess my question is, if we have any other anomalies where we're picking up larger than expected inflows or outflows outside of the 8 to 9 transition, would we flag those and consider them in the kind of keeper leaver analysis that we'd be doing?
Through Madam Chair, we certainly could look at something like that, yes, for 7 to 12 models.
Thank you. And Jean, or Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. I just wanted to say that I'm aware, because I follow really closely up in the hills, the transitioning of our students from elementary to secondary, and I'm aware that there's tremendous programming and resources and programming for the transitioning of students in our schools, and I'm so very, very proud of that. But I'm very interested to hear that if this study continues and is revitalized, that sharing of best practices, because I think there's some wonderful things that are happening right around the system. And if there's additional learning to be had and to be shared and to be adopted, I'm sure all of the schools are more than happy to take that on. But I would, for one, say that I'm very aware that excellent transitioning programs are already in place in so many of our schools at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. And that exhausts the speakers list. Thank you very much, Manager Thibault. And now we move on to 5.1.2, the 2024-2025 budget update, education funding announcement, report 24067, Superintendent Nagoy. And I understand we just got the GSNs on Friday, so you've put this together very quickly.
It was a fun weekend. Good evening, trustees. And for the chair, we do have online as well General Manager Jay Chantavong, and the two of us will be able to address questions. I just wanted to give you a quick summary of what we have been used to calling Grants for Student Needs, or the GSNs, and they have been reallocated in a simpler form and are now called core education funding, or core ed funding for short. So there's a lot of changes that have occurred from last year, which also makes it a little bit difficult to compare exactly, how we compare to the previous year allocations where we've gone up and down. So there's a few things that I wanted to mention. Overall, there has been a 2.7 increase in the core education funding, which are the allocations that now exclude some of the capital allocations and temporary accommodations. So it's outside of those, and the debt interest payments for prior year financing agreements for capital investments. So those have been pulled out of this formula. So you'll see overall it's a lot less money under core education funding, but that is the main reason. So it's been reallocated. The intent was not to reduce or revise the formula significantly, but to reallocate. So a few highlights that I wanted to mention. Although we're looking at a 2.7 increase provincially, a lot of that is part of the planning provisions. So a big chunk is looking at labor settlements, and potential compensation for the 2022 to 2026 labor agreement. So there is a parked number that has been provided, an estimate per board, but that doesn't get rolled into our funding by June. So we'll have to make our own calculations and estimates that we will provide in our draft budget. But that is part of that 2.6%. And 80% of our funding, or our costs, I should say, are staffing and compensation costs. So when we're looking at a base increase of over 4% plus 1 to 3% increases in terms of compensation, depending on where everyone will land, that certainly at first glance worries me a little bit in terms of keeping up with costs. There are a couple of areas that have increased. There's a 2% increase in the school facilities fund, which was known under the school operations allocation. So that is for maintenance and repair of schools and paying for utilities and groundskeeping and things like that. So that 2% was reflected as an increase year over year. And there's been some additions to the transportation funding to the tune of about 3%. So those are our good news stories. It does still, there's areas that remain unfunded, so none of the learning resources, technology, other non-staffing components, all of those benchmarks remain the same year over year for the past number of years. So that is compressing our ability to renew technology, to maintain the classroom allocation for resources. So if we're maintaining the same amount of allocation for the classroom, the buying power is less. They can afford less and less and less because costs have gone up. There is also another good news, I think, for our board, which has such a diverse population and change over the last number of years, is the introduction of data from the 2021 census. Currently, the formula has been looking at 2006 census and 2011 national household survey, which are dated. Our region is expanding and the population demographics is ever changing. So over a number of 5 years, this will be phased in. So we're looking forward to see what the implications of that are. From a board perspective, we are estimating an enrollment decline in both panels, as I mentioned before. The actual projections from the ministry that were released we're looking at 471 total student loss, which is our November number. We've since had March 31st, which is another count date, so we use that in our projection for next year. And looking at that, we are expecting less of a decline in enrollment, so 271 for next year. So about 200 students gained over the November number. So we'll put that through the forms, and that will generate a different funding number than what you see in the allocation. The report does contain a few links to the ministry's website for education funding, as well as the board-by-board projections for core education funding and the board-by-board allocations for the responsive education program, which are the one-time investments that we used to call priorities and partnership funds, or the PPFs. So now they're called REPs. One big distinction in the responsive education funding, so the one-time funding, is that there are no more supports for de-streaming. We have, in the current year, over $3.3 million and 33 full-time equivalent staff that are supporting our schools for transitions and de-streaming, and that unfortunately is not continuing next year. Instead, there is a small amount, about $70,000, to support some of the transition. So that's our biggest change there. Overall, we are now third in terms of the lowest per pupil funding provincially. We've been second or the last for the last number. I think we've looked at about 18 years in the past. So we are now on the third place. Potentially, the census data updates are starting to change some of the allocations and increase some of the funding. I will just mention that we do have next steps, the SEAC presentation next week on May 7th, and a draft budget presentation at Committee of the Whole for May 22nd are the next key dates before a draft budget report comes to the board in June. And Jay and myself will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Ngoy. And we do have a speakers list. I will start with Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I just have a question with regards to the good news about the fact that the government is now using data from the 2021 census. I just wonder if the data coming out of that would inform the government about the changing demographics in Halton region, and would it also inform the government in some way about the rise in special education needs within our board?
And through the chair, thank you for that question. I do not have a comprehensive answer to that because we are still going through the forms. The special education in particular, the data are tabled amounts. So the actual macros are outside of the form. So we only get the table amounts that were released at the time of the funding. So we can see there's some increase, but some of that increase could be in part the measures of variability, statistics, and census, as well as increases that pertain to staffing compensation and things like that. So it's difficult to say, especially with 20%. Of the census data for 2021 being implemented in year one. So there's always going to be over 5 years, right? 20%, 40%, and so forth. It certainly will change the allocation of resources that use that data, because it will certainly show that some regions now have either a different demographics, whether it's students with special needs, learning opportunities, language, etc. All of that will be updated in due course. I do not have the forms fully completed in order to be able to do a better comparison at this time.
And Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you to Superintendent Nagoy. I'm absolutely thrilled that they finally heard us and they are using the 2021 census data, because it at least will show the multiculturalism and the poverty that exists in our community. So there are pieces there that I know definitely will come into play that would maybe move us up to third from the bottom. Still not a great place to be. But I am very concerned about the fact that we're still not getting funded for the CPP and EI and the supply staff. Because, I mean, those are mandatory costs that we have to pay, and there still is a huge gap there that we're having to cover that is not being covered. Have they made any mention at all that they may provide some of that funding? I mean, especially since it's something that we do have to pay?
And thank you for that question and the observation. Absolutely, our biggest challenges for next year remain the unfunded enhanced statutory benefits, the CPP and EI, which puts an onus on the employer to increase by 1% of compensation. And there is no increase in the benefits benchmarks for the ministry. This current year, that's over $7 million for us. So as we continue with the labor provisions, et cetera, next year that will be more. I don't have the number. We have raised it as a sector. We have raised the concern. It is a federally mandated change, so we do have to obviously incur this cost, and we were hoping that that will be reflected in the grants this year, but it hasn't, and there is no ongoing discussion about it. We will continue to raise it as a big pressure on school boards. And then in terms of the supply costs you mentioned, we certainly have, we're underfunded by over 10 million as the trends increase and the funding remains the same, so it does not adjust to the data of the sector and the post-pandemic environment that has many factors as to why that is the case. So those two remain our biggest challenges by far.
Thank you. Can I follow up? Just thank you for that information. And it's very distressing that that is almost what equals our deficit. I mean, if we had the funding for those two items alone, we wouldn't be in the position our board is in currently, and probably will be again next year if this continues. So I'm not sure if we need the federal government to talk to the provincial government, or because I know the federal government is not going to give us money. But I guess that's where our fair funding committee will have to do some more advocacy, but and make our MPPs aware as well as the community. But thank you for this information, and I look forward to more coming back from you at the next committee of the whole.
Thank you. Trustee Bryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I heard in the course of that presentation in comparison between the allocated funding increase and the amount dedicated required for our increased labor costs. What I read in the report was at the provincial level and suggested that the labor costs amounted to 30% roughly of the amount. But what I thought I heard you say here was that that those labor costs were potentially larger than the increase we're given. I just wanted to clarify that.
And thank you for that question. So the labor costs are going to be at a minimum 5.5% of our compensation structure, which is about 80% of our budget. So if you're looking at that, I'm expecting that would be a good 3% increase in costs, just very high level, based on the fact that we are about, it's 80% is salary and benefits, but benefits outside. So just looking at the salary component, it's 3 to 4% overall. But we're looking for our board, I believe, it's 2.1. Our overall increase, it's about 2.1%. So if we're looking at the salary benchmark being higher, is it fully funded, and how it flows through, we still need to get the actual provision board by board. This is just an allocated amount as a placeholder. So we're hoping that will catch up to the actual costs. At this point in time, seeing about a 2.1% increase overall, it just raises some flags that with some increases to transportation, to the school facilities fund for non-staffing, do we have enough of an increase overall to cover for all the compensation provisions that have been negotiated centrally? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm just cautious and a bit concerned.
Thank you. And moving on, do you have a follow-up? Moving on to Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much through the chair. So we've heard some good news tonight. We've heard that there's a 2.6% increase in the core allocation funding, previously known as GSN, I guess, although I think there's some other things built in on that. We've heard that there's a 2% increase in the school facilities fund. That's for maintenance and repair. And we also heard that there's a 3% increase in transportation. So there's some good news in this. However, we also know that the cost of inflation is beyond those percentage increases. And so my question would be to the director. We see from board after board after board letters to the Ministry of Education asking for a better funding model. This has been an attempt to change the funding model, but I think it's just really used the same resources and repositioned them, has not addressed inflation, has not addressed what school boards need to deliver quality programming. So my question to the director is, are you aware of any movement on behalf of P-Code to address this with the Ministry of Education? Now that these budgets have come out to each and every school board, I'm sure that we are not the only school board, though we are the third lowest school board in the province, but we're not the only school board that would be saying this just doesn't cut it. And is there an effort? I know at the OPSPA table on the weekend, there was much discussion about this and advocacy that we need to, again, raise the attention of the ministry that this, and also share the information with our communities that this is not enough. It's not going to do it. And so I'm just wondering if there is a concerted effort on behalf of directors of education to add their voice to this.
Thank you, Trustee Gray. Through the chair, certainly through P-Code and Code, we have been raising our voices and advocating, and so we are going to continue to do that because, as you have pointed out, the items that have been underfunded that we believe needs to be appropriately funded continues to be a challenge for all school boards. And so directors of education through our organization will continue and have initiated conversations around these things and will continue to do so. So I hope that, it will lead to some fruitful outcomes for us, but we continue to work in partnership with the ministry, and we hope that they listen to the pleas that we're making.
Thank you. That exhausts our speakers list. Thank you very much for presenting this evening, Superintendent Ngoy. I know you've got your work cut out for you in the next month. We will now move on to 5.2, the director's report, and I will hand that over to Director Ennis.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard, and good evening once again, trustees. The director's report, you may have received an updated director's report in your inboxes. Certainly, I have been very busy in terms of leading the charge around two very important charities, HLF and the United Way. I mean, I've been made to be the face of these appeals, although I'm not a pretty face, but I did my very best. HLF, I want to thank the Board of Trustees and senior staff. I want to thank Manager Heather Francie for the organizational skills and the work that she put in. I want to thank Summer and as our referee and everyone who came out and participated in our challenge, our Foursquare challenge for HLF. It was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a cold day, but we were doing it for a good cause, and so we were honored to do that. So thank you to all of you, and the link is still open for donations, and so we're still challenging those who may be listening online to please go to our website and make a donation to HLF, such a worthy cause. And as well, we want to just recognize the great work of the United Way and our staff members who raised $53,000 through our employee contribution campaign for United Way. And so we know that many families throughout Halton are benefiting from this. And so I brought to you in previous months that I was teaching at Kings Road as a part of this campaign venture. So thank you to those who supported, and I really am encouraged by the generosity and benevolence of everyone. At the 2024 to 2028 multi-year plan consultation is well underway. I want to thank Ember Experience, who has been working very diligently. We're working with many stakeholders and our community. They've been listening to a variety of voices, and they really have been appealing to those members of the community to come on out to our town halls so that we can get and capture the voices that will help us to steer and navigate our way forward 2024 to 2028. They're doing a tremendous job with your support and with everyone's voice. So thank you so much for participating, and I want to encourage you, if you haven't signed up as yet, to make sure that you do. Want to acknowledge and thank those who participated in the PIC Conference 2024. I want to particularly mention Superintendent Tara Connor and her team for the great work that they did in the work on Saturday, April the 10th. It was a tremendous event, and the speaker, Christy Harold, was a hit with the community members. She certainly brought her inspiration around play and the benefits of such. And so I want to thank everyone for the trustees for supporting this. We want to acknowledge our students and staff at Dr. David R. Williams, who have become leaders in our environmental leadership priority of the multi-year plan. And so we thank them for all the work that they have been doing. And it is the work of environmental leadership is spreading right across the HDSB. And thanks to the great work of leaders in the room, such as Superintendent Scodet and Superintendent Flahat, thank you for the work that you do to lead our team, along with Rachel Irvin and all of the staff members. Also, just want to highlight a couple other things for you. On April the 13th, we had 2,000 grade 7 to 10 HDSB students and families attend an event at Sheridan's Trafalgar campus, and they participated in a post-secondary fair with over 30 institutions representing all pathways. And so it was an information session for parents and students and families, and the feedback was tremendous. They really loved the event. And so we want to thank the families for coming out, and we hope that the students find their pathways through to post-secondary. And hopefully from 7 to 12, that pathway will lead all the way through HDSB. On April the 15th to the 26th, we had over 248 students, grade 12 FSL students participate in the internationally recognized language exam, DELF. I won't say the French pronunciation, which is offered by the French Ministry of National Education to assess language skills. And these students who were successful received an internationally recognized diploma of French language proficiency. And so we congratulate our students who have attained this level of success. So that concludes my director's report for this evening. Lots of positive things in supporting our multi-year plan, and I'm grateful for the work of our staff.
At this time, we are open for questions, for any questions you might have for the director, and I see a speakers list has started. I'm gonna reset after you speak, Trustee Amos and Rocha, because there wasn't a reset done before, and I want to make sure first-time speakers get caught properly. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the director for leading us in a very challenging Foursquare game. I think not only was it great to represent and fundraise for HLF that way, but it was a great opportunity to build a team and collaboration with the people that were there. And I'm going to suggest through you, Director, that when you do some refurbishing of this room, you may want to put a Foursquare in the middle there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trustee Rocha.
Yep. Through you, Chair. Director Ennis, you did speak to the ever popular Exploring Post-Secondary Pathways event on April 13th. I know that registration reached its capacity very quickly, leaving many interested families upset that they weren't able to attend. So my question is, can you speak to its popularity and limitations on our end to host more events like this, to have it open to more families? What is the board doing to improve the user experience?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Rocha. Certainly, we appreciate the sentiments. We share those. Certainly, more families would benefit from that. I know Superintendent Nick Frankovich and I have had this conversation, and so I'm going to ask him to just expand on that a little bit.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Rocha. We were overwhelmed by the response. It wasn't that long ago that Pathways events were just filling a single classroom or two. So that was great to see 2,000 families out on that day, and we ran the same session in the morning as we did in the afternoon, and there was a really good buzz at Sheridan. One of the factors is finding a venue large enough like Sheridan to host. Sheridan has been a great partner for us, but also we're aware how often we can access their full facilities. So that's one thing that we'll continue to work on. I did have a meeting with one of their directors just about strengthening our partnerships further in regard to dual credit and events like this. Hats off to our IPLs, especially Lisa Galley and Leanne Rust, who were pivotal in the success of the event, and taking that feedback so that we can continue to have those conversations so that we can look at whether there's an opportunity to expand. This event was really geared toward what we've been hearing from the ministry, what we've been hearing from our student success teachers. So there's definitely great optimism in our department to continue to grow this type of event, and we're very pleased with the popularity.
Are there any other questions for the director this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to communications from the chair. You will see a letter that was the result of the hard work of our student trustees to Minister Lecce regarding the request for greenhouse gas reduction funding for publicly funded school boards. And I want to thank everyone who gave an opinion or two about what should be in the letter, especially our students and the student trustee mentors. Are there any comments or questions about that letter? Move on to committee updates. Are there any committee updates from our statutory or staff-led committees? Seeing none, we will move on to OPSPA update.
Thank you very much. In terms of the OPSPA update, much information has been shared since the Labor Relations and then the Board of Directors meeting that was held last weekend on April 26th and 27th. That's in your inbox. I remind everybody, and I think I already sent an email out about the MPP, Take Your MPP to Work, 21st to 24th of May. And please do not forget that the CSBA and the OPSPA AGM is taking place July 2nd through 5, and it'd be best to register as soon as possible on that opportunity. Donna, do you have any other updates to add?
Thank you. I would also add, we had a great deal of discussion. OPSPA as a corporate board is bound under the legislation of the Ontario Nonprofit Corporations Act, and ONCA has changed its legislation, and the impact that will have for this board is in twofold. We have our striking committee usually in November, December. We elect our board of director and our alternate to serve until the following November, December. That needs to change now under ONCA. The timing for the appointments of the directors has to be aligned to the OPSPA committee cycle, and schools are going to have to identify their board of director member prior to the AGM, as they're part of a corporate board, and membership must be confirmed at the AGM. The board of directors term would begin immediately following the annual meeting and end at the subsequent annual meeting. And the annual meeting, I know I have the date here, I believe it's July 4th. So we have to submit our board of director member 1 month prior. If our board of director member is not ratified at the AGM, we don't have a voice at the table until the following AGM. Is the way it works. Our board of director does not have a vote. They can attend, but they don't have a vote. They can't put forward any motions under the new ONCA. So we're going to have to change our timing for how we assign our board of director and get that in at the beginning of June. And the other change is that there will no longer be alternates to the board of director. That is not allowed under ONCA. It's a practice that is not permitted, and as such, we will only have the one representative at the board table. Now, should there throughout the year, if our board of directors steps down or passes away or wins the lottery and says, "See, I'm out of here," there is a process to go through to fill a vacancy, but that would be filling a vacancy. The preferred method would be to have our board of director member ratified at the AGM in July of this year. In non-CSBA years, it would be in June. So I just wanted to put that out because it is something we are going to have to put on an upcoming agenda.
I might say we have to do that tonight because we have to let OPSPA know by June the 4th, and our next board meeting isn't until June the 5th.
I think there'd be a little leeway.
You think there'd be a little leeway?
I think there'd be a little leeway.
Okay.
I could talk to a few people.
You could talk to a few people? Yeah. Because we do actually have an OPSPA member, so I think we're safe. But I don't want us to not follow the rules. So if you think we have the 1 day leeway, then that's fine. That gives us a month to think of our process. Thank you. Do you want to discuss as a committee of the whole as well?
I think that would be a good idea if we had a general discussion at committee of the whole.
Yeah.
If we knew that there was going to be a change or that we are going to support our current board of director, whatever if we had some inkling going into it at the beginning of June, I would let OPSPA know and so that we would be covered that. And then the other pieces this weekend, I did also declare my nomination for regional chair again.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on submitting your nomination. I will make sure that we put this on the committee of the whole agenda then for May. And I want trustees to know that I have decided not to put my name in for the policy work team this coming year. I found that I had more than enough work to do. And so I'm trying to learn better to say no to extra things. It is a very, very worthwhile investment of time. You learn so much about what's happening at the provincial level, and it might actually be a really great consideration for someone who in the future might want to be on the board of directors, because you get to really understand the work that OPSPA does. So I would highly commend that. Yes, go ahead, please.
And just for anyone who would like to know that we are allowed alternates because that's a committee. So the Central West region, which consists of our board and 6 other boards, will have a member and an alternate on that committee. And you do not need to be a board of director member. You don't need to be involved in OPSPA in any other way other than being a trustee. Anyone can put their names forward for that.
Perfect. Okay, so that wraps up the OPSPA update. Now we open the floor to trustee questions and comments. Just let me reset. Okay. If there are any trustee comments or questions, please bring in. Trustee Rocha.
Yes, so through the chair, the Ministry of Education recently announced a ban on vaping in schools. This isn't new for our school board because we've had a no vaping policy for several years. So my question is, how will the ministry's ban differ from what the HDSB currently has in place?
Thank you, through the chair. I can start, and certainly can ask Superintendent Fowler or Superintendent Shaw as they have some different parts of the portfolio. Certainly, some of the things that sort of stood out to me were the fact that parents will be informed immediately upon incidents of vaping, that the government will be providing funding for vaping sensors in washrooms, and certainly that they're not only looking at the preventative methods, but looking at some proactive pieces around supports for students who may be engaging in these addictive behaviors. So trying to find the kind of counseling and supports that they need to get them on a healthier track of lifestyle choices. So those are some of the, and also training for staff. So, as it stands now, we enforce when we can. It's been very tricky, as you know. Students are very creative in how they do things. But I'm going to ask Superintendent Fowler if you want to just add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you. I think you captured it all. Truly, it is a real focus on the education aspect of it. The only other difference is that they have asked us to be very specific in including direct references to tobacco and e-cigarettes, and also just so those will have to be added to our policies. But definitely, we're very much in line here in Halton with regards to our actions towards vaping.
So follow up, for more of clarification, you mentioned that now with the ministry's ban, we're going to have to notify parents. Do we not notify parents now?
So I'm going to look to Superintendent Fowler for that specific on that. But I mean, there are consequences to the students, and through that chain of consequences, there would be notification. But that also depends, I guess, on different ages and stages of the student. But Superintendent Fowler?
Yes, absolutely. It would very much, like Director Ennis said, be part of our regular practice right now to notify parents. And oftentimes we have parents come in and collect anything that has been confiscated as well. We do not return it to the student. So again, very much in line with what the government is asking us to do.
Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, a bit of a comment and a question for colleagues. So trustees are hearing, as we all know, via the media from a local advocacy group, as well as the delegates that were kind enough to speak to us tonight, that some students are experiencing anti-Palestinian rhetoric in our schools. We also know from the director's meetings with families that trustees were allowed to attend that Jewish students are experiencing verbal and physical harassment and hiding their Jewish identities in our schools. So I'd like to suggest that we consider a motion at the next meeting to initiate data collection on incidents of anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism as a way of responding to the current concerns that we're hearing. Additionally, taking a similar approach to the Student Voices Initiative in 2021. I wasn't a trustee at the time, but I've certainly read the report. Also consider facilitating an opportunity for students to confidentially share their experiences of hate in our schools. I know that we had received in our suspensions report, we did get some data on hate incidents specifically, but I'm just wondering, I don't want to put you on the spot, Director Ennis, but just wondering, this idea of data collection, does it seem like it would be possible to break out from a data collection perspective incidences of specific types of hate? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Baxter. Certainly, that is something that I have spoken about in the past that we are more interested in doing. I think this is a time that we need more specificity around the data around hate and discrimination. And I know as recently as today, Superintendent Fowler and I had a conversation about how we may begin to do some of that, starting in the new year. I think that it might be too late for us right now because there are some entrenched practices that I think needs to change. And I think with some tweaks, we can get at least some more granular data starting next year, speaking exactly to what you're talking about, Trustee Baxter. And we're very much in favor of that. And so I don't know if Superintendent Fowler, if you want to add to that.
Yes, so as I've just pulled up the report, you're right, and it does talk about the use of the suspension code, hate and bias motivated occurrences, but you're absolutely right, it doesn't go into what the actual hate was. So when we create suspension letters for that code, we are looking at considering creating a standard line that would speak to the form of hate. So, for example, when a suspension letter is written, there's usually a place for the principal to insert. And so we would be able to insert, hate, bias motivated occurrence, student used a racially motivated slur, and then maybe list what that was, whether it was anti-Black racism, or whether it was related to homophobia, or whether it was anti-Palestinian racism or anti-Jewish. So all of those things could then be captured when we look at the individual suspensions. So that's what we're thinking about doing as a way for us to collect that data. And again, that would be related specifically to suspensions that took place.
So then that leads me to another question that I didn't already have is, so assuming it's not something that results in a suspension, because I do know that there's some leeway, right, in terms of, no? Okay. So that should capture all of it? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry if I was unclear there. 100%, we do take these incidents extremely seriously, and when they are brought to the attention of the administrators, it is a code that we use quite frequently.
Would you still require a report to come, or will you go with what's been offered?
So that was a question. I'm wondering if perhaps there could be a report that comes to board, just sort of confirming what the intention is and what the work is and some timelines on it, mostly so that the public and the parents who are bringing those concerns can see that report and know, not based on this conversation, but in a report form, know what's being worked on and have confidence that it's certainly on your radar. I don't think we need a motion to ask you to do that work, but simply a report would probably be great if it could come before the end of the year with just the intentions that you've outlined. Obviously, the work won't be completed yet.
Yes, we can certainly work on that. Yes, we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. My colleague has spoken about the vaping portion of the recent provincial announcement, but there was another element to that, which is restrictions on cell phone use in schools. And PPM 128, which is the vehicle by which this comes through, they're direction, of course, is to school boards to enact a policy that meets at least this minimum threshold. So I've got a couple of questions, and the first is to staff and to the director, how we are thinking about implementing this, whether this would be through existing administrative procedures, a new administrative procedure, or whether there's something that outright should come to the board table. And the kind of second caveat to that is the ministry has set minimum thresholds. We are allowed to exceed these thresholds if in any way we wanted a more restrictive policy. For instance, to take the full day restriction up to grade 8 instead of grade 6 would be one example of a way in which that might happen. And so that's, if we were, I guess the second question is, do staff, would staff recommend exceeding the ministry's minimum in any way, shape, or form?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Bryden. Certainly, we are still digesting PPM 128 and thinking about what our plan of action needs to be. But I'm going to ask Superintendent Schatz just to start the conversation.
Thanks, Director Ennis, and through the chair to Trustee Bryden. So we have an existing responsible use AP. I am busy revising it heavily prior to this announcement. It's going to be split into a student AP and a staff AP for responsible use because they are different, and I think it's suitable that they're split. The draft version obviously hasn't come forward yet because things keep changing. So, but I'd like to read you the wording that's in the revised AP draft that will be coming forward and see if this satisfies your question. So under the use of student personal technology, the board encourages educators to incorporate digital literacy and digital resources into their lessons. When relevant to curriculum, instruction, and learning, educators may permit student use of personal digital devices in the classroom. The decision to allow the use of personal ICT devices at any time in HDSB classrooms rests solely at the discretion of the educator. An educator may permit students to have their personal devices out at any time or only for a part of a lesson or class. An educator may also direct students to leave their devices safely stored away for a period of time. Students who do not comply with or otherwise attempt to circumvent an educator's direction may be subject to consequences consistent with the board's code of conduct, progressive discipline, and safe schools legislation. Consequences may include but are not limited to one or more of the following: limitations placed on the use of the device, suspension of the use of the personal device, revocation of the use of their personal device, and further progressive discipline measures as determined by the principal. So that's and then I need to build in the new pieces around grade 6 students and all those things, but that's the language that will likely come forward with those little bits. Okay.
Is there a follow-up, Trustee Bryden?
That's helpful and good to know. There's, I guess the follow-up is that I would be intrigued. I would like to consider this at Committee of the Whole in terms of trustees' perspectives on whether there is any reason for us to exceed the minimums prescribed by the province.
Thank you very much, Trustee Bryden. And our next speaker is Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm coming back. We're all about the announcement this week. So I'm coming back to the questioning or concerning around vaping. So through you, Director, one of the pieces that I know has changed, and it was interesting because I heard Superintendent Fowler speak about confiscating, but I know that that's an issue, is being able to take the possessions away from the students. So my question is, with that, are we engaging in training for our staff to ensure their safety in confiscating vaping paraphernalia? Because they're allowed to do, that's one of the things he said, they're allowed to do that now. So.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Shuttleworth. I know that that is on the minds of particularly all of our unions, and how are we going to manage, the confiscation of items. Certainly that is a challenge. Anyone who's worked with high school students or students in elementary, depending on the age and stage, knows that it requires a lot of skill, a lot of influence, and a lot of good relationships in order to do so in a way that does not exacerbate the situation and make it into something much worse. And so I think that, we certainly, through the way that we instruct staff really is not to get into physical confrontation with students around items, because that's not helpful, because that then places the staff in jeopardy. And so, if students are not being responsive to, the ask, then it's the next step of, following up with their parents, as was outlined in the PPM, and, and taking whatever consequences that come with not the students not giving up the item. So, it's very difficult is the answer, and so it's a reinforcement of how do we do this carefully and in a way that does not exacerbate the situation, because we don't want to see that happening in our schools.
Thank you. Trustee Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. My question is around vaping again. As we said, we are installing, as per the ministry's letter, we're installing some vaping detection devices. But it also says that these devices will have some listening ability. And I read in the news that PDSB has already installed these devices, and they had a pushback from some groups. So, what are these devices, and how are we going to address the privacy issues and other issues?
So thank you for that, Trustee Ahmed. Certainly those issues of privacy, I know, Superintendent Shoss would have some things to say about that. But I haven't seen the devices myself. I don't know how they operate. There's so much about the technicalities and logistics of it that I think I need to know more and learn more about, in terms of how it will be implemented and operationalized in a way that protects the safety and provides for safety for all, but also protects the privacy and confidentiality as well. I think that's a balancing act that I hope that the ministry has considered as they are offering these devices to school boards.
Is there a follow-up, Trustee Ahmed? Trustee Alamzanov?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, and I suppose to the Director. So regarding the cell phone bans, or I suppose Superintendent Shots as well, so was there a current approximate timeline for when the official regulations will be announced to the parents and the students? Because it is a very, a topic that causes a lot of anxiety among students, just because, there's a lot of, interconnection between students and their phones these days. And then whether or not student voice will be a part of the decision-making process for the new policy.
So in terms of the parent piece, I know that Manager Francie, you want to speak to what we've done so far?
Thanks for the question. Yesterday, Minister Lecce had written a communication to all Ontario parents. So that was shared with all HDSB parents, and it details the information from the announcement on Sunday.
And in terms of student voice,
thanks. Through the chair, that's something we can do. We will do. The PPM, the new direction is very direct, right? And this isn't actually a much of a shift for our board. Our existing responsible use AP actually allows for exactly what the new direction has stated. It's cell phone use in our schools has never been banned. It's always been at the discretion of the teacher. And so this just, for our board, it's a pretty marginal shift. There's the bit about grade 6 students and so on. And our board, our code of conduct has always had a recourse to the principal, for progressive discipline if a student is, not putting their device away when directed by the teacher and that kind of stuff. So for our board, it's a very marginal shift. We've existed in this space with this kind of direction for years now.
Just a small follow-up. So Trustee Bryden brought up the potential of, exceeding the expectations set by the ministry. So in that case, the shift is not as marginal as you say right now. So in that case, I do frankly believe that student voice will be necessary to make any decisions in the future. But I just want to make sure that, it's actually going to happen if, such more major changes are going to occur.
Through the chair, I think Trustee Bryden's suggestion was that it come for discussion, not that automatically there are stronger consequences. But the PPM does say it could include suspension, right? But it's not a must include suspension. It's a may. So we consider that full range of progressive discipline options: a conversation, a phone call home, a detention. There's all these things and suspensions on the end of that. So, and it'll be up for discussion about, how we approach this as a system.
Thank you. Trustee Shang.
Thank you, through Chair. So I have a question about the database. So this is good news for me. So we will start collecting data for all of those incidents. And so there's only one thing I'm considering. Will we update the AP or have the form attach the AP? Because different people, even in the sports, different referee, they make different decisions. If we don't have a very clear definition, and people will enter the data and still we will be confused by those data. For example, like anti-Palestine. So people will consider this as, some people will consider this as a racism issue, or some people will consider this an Islamophobic issue. So this can be a totally different thing. So if we have a clear definition in the AP, then it will be easier for everyone to enter accurate data for accurate analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Point taken.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Vice Chair Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I would like to circle back to the vaping ban announced by the ministry. Back in about 2018-19, we had an Oakville Youth Council present to us and speak to us about the consequences for vaping. Specifically, they identified that punishment through suspensions and even confiscating of the paraphernalia was not altogether effective, and they wanted to see some action in terms of supporting students who were vaping. And so if I'm hearing correctly, it sounds like the ministry is finally acknowledging that this is an issue, a health risk issue, and addictions issue, and possibly a symptom of other underlying issues for the students in question. And I only infer that because what I heard was that staff will receive some training and they'll be able to support students in connections with community agencies, et cetera. But I'm wondering, was there any discussion around resources or strategies around collaborating with public health and creating joint strategies between education and the health sector in how to, conduct health promotion, prevention, help to direct students to appropriate resources, and deal more with the addiction side and maybe any of the underlying issues, as opposed to simply, detection of vaping, a ban, and more of a punishment model.
Well, thank you for that, Trustee Oliver. Certainly that was acknowledged in the PPM and in terms of working in concert with public health to the very points that you're making. I believe there's a recognition of that needs to happen and is an effective strategy. So we will certainly be looking to make sure that we are embarking on that path to providing better health choices and information to our students.
And second time speaker, Trustee Rocha.
Through you, Chair. Earlier, we talked about bullying in schools, and Superintendent Fowler mentioned that there was a bullying response protocol. On the flip side of that, what mechanisms do we have in place so that students and parents can report incidents of hate or discrimination? And these are incidents that they don't feel comfortable sharing with an administrator or teacher. Just something's happened to them. They want to report it. Now, and I don't know what systems we have, but so the question is, what do we have in place so that reporting can be captured and dealt with?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Rocha. So if I understand the question correctly, these are incidents that have happened to students. They have shared it with their parents. The parents do not want to share it with the school. That is a challenge. I would encourage all parents to let us know these things. No one should suffer in silence because when incidents are happening, it sometimes is an indication that we have a larger issue to deal with. And so, if we don't know, we're not able to respond in the effective ways that we should. And so I would encourage first and foremost, parents to have the confidence that we do deal with these things, in a very appropriate manner, and we take it very seriously. So that would be my first response. In terms of the mechanism, I am not aware that we have a mechanism for that particular scenario that you've described, but I'll look to Superintendent Fowler to help.
Thank you so much. And I really do think that when we launched that protocol I was speaking about earlier, that it will help to clearly define and delineate the expectations around how we work to respond to bullying. So that'll be helpful. In conjunction with that, we're going to be advertising, promoting, and sort of boosting awareness related to the report bullying link that is located on every school website. It's also located on the bullying webpage of the HDSB. So what I do try to recommend to people is if you just type in report bullying HDSB, you'll be taken to our fulsome bullying page with lots of resources. And you'll be able to place a report. That report goes direct to the administrators at the school. They receive an email. And if the parent, guardian, or community member or student has indicated their name and grade or their phone number or contact information, the administrator will be able to reach out and follow up with them directly. If it is anonymous, it will still be looked into, but we would not be able to necessarily follow up. But it is a way to report that is other than going to the school, but very much like Director Ennis said, we really do encourage our families to reach out and to connect with their administrators, their teachers, someone at the school that they have a relationship with.
And if I may just add as well, Trustee Rocha, I know that the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Council were also very much interested in creating some kind of a portal, a hate portal that would capture, hate, discriminatory acts. But that is still in its inception and early stages of conversation. So it has not been developed, but I know they were very much interested along that pathway. So in conjunction with the things that Superintendent Fowler has said and the things that I've offered, I think we are getting there. We're not quite there to the extent that you have outlined.
Sir, and just, can you repeat where someone would go to report? You said report bullying?
Yeah, so I was just saying if you just wanted to Google it, but if you just go on our HDSB website, you can just, where it says the search button, if you just type in bullying, you'll be taken, I believe, to a couple of different pages. But I did it the other day because I was trying to talk with the HREAC, the Human Rights Equity Advisory Council, about that, about where they would go. And that was the direction I gave, to just go into regular Google, report bullying HDSB, and you should be taken to that landing page. So, yeah, it comes right up. I just did a search on bullying and bullying prevention and intervention. It is on the Safe Schools portion of the website, and I think also on the mental health and well-being website, there'd be a link to it too.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that exhausts our speakers list. So I just want to add something about the use of devices in the classroom. We live in a society where our devices are an appendage. We are on 24/7. They are an addiction. And if we think that that addiction is going to be any easier to break at a young age than it is at an older age, I'm not quite sure that that's the way to be thinking about it. So I do believe that if we have to proceed in terms of some of the things that have come out of PPM 128, we also need to have compassion, because addictions are a form of illness. And we need to be very careful about how we treat students if we are going to be considering taking away their devices. I know many parents are applauding this move. I am very worried that this move, without the right level of compassion, will do more damage than it will good. And that's all I have to say about it. Now it is time for us to head into private session. Trustee Rocha, would you make a motion to go into committee of the whole private session respecting personnel and negotiation matters? This meeting is not open to the public pursuant to the Education Act 2072.
Yes.
Trustee Zhang, would you like to second this motion?
I second.
Thank you. Are there any objections to moving into private session? Seeing none, the motion is passed by unanimous consent, and we are now in private session. Vice Chair Oliver, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. We are now back in public session. Our business is concluded for this evening, and I declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.